I'm back. But am I really? Huh. I guess it's me. Yes, you are. Get hacked. I don't know what's I don't know why internet would be dropping out for me. I don't know why that would be happening. And it might have split that into two streams. Yeah, it looks like it split that into two streams because I was gone for that long. All right. Hopefully it stays back. I get a package. I get coffee. I took the dog out. OBS finally updated the chat messages. Okay. If at this stage if if we are not destroyed, then I can do this check. If we're using power, I can set that. I think I also need to say bone joint as null. Yeah. I guess I can still say like the motor is broken. So if, what this? If is powered and the motor is not broken. I'm back to it. I was going with my internet too. Your internet too? What do you mean your internet too? You can't, don't say that. Don't say your internet's also bad right now. That could be a sign of something. No such thing as coincidences. Oh, and then I have to know which one of these it is. Satan took the controller. Powered. Okay. Since this is actually a place I would like to be pretty condensed, I am going to... no, I don't think I really can because this is going to be updated constantly. So, I think what I'd like to do is to keep track if I've changed it instead. I'll say like, is motor powered? So many booleans. I'm probably going to be able to like condense some of this logic eventually, but for now, like, I need all of it. Well, I guess this one actually handles that, doesn't it? I can just write it here. Stop Killing Games fails to secure EU law despite 1.3 million signatures. Really? I thought they have to... I thought the signatures was the hard part. By the way, if it's anything, if they have any, if their politics is even slightly close to the U.S., then eventually it's gonna be there. Signature is just you can talk to the big boys. Oh, okay. Right. Because now it's like, voters. Right. This would be a great win for me if I can make this a law. I feel like I want to write it out this way. No, I don't even have to handle that now. That's the thing. I can just use the not, and then I don't have to do the else at all. Duh. As long as we're not destroyed, we can do stuff with a motor. Guess that's to do with the Ubisoft CEO's meeting with the commission without SKG invited. Oh, interesting. That's a very long link as well. In the racing category. The racing game category. I mean, I think everyone knows, you know, who Ubisoft, who works at Ubisoft, so. Sometimes you don't have to click it. Yeah. That's just I'm shocked that they have a link that large. And then it's so funny to me that it's in the racing category. It's not like a top article, top level article. Basically saving people from not clicking it. Which the thing is, they make money when people visit the site, so it's kind of unfortunate. You know what? Just for what it is. Sorry. I saw that dog walking by and I didn't bother to check if my dog was paying attention. Do I have everything blocked actually? They're just gonna. They wouldn't. They wouldn't. They couldn't. Come on, give me an ad. Okay, apparently my ad blocker is just too good. I don't get anything. Okay. I don't even have an ad blocker, I think. It's just too good. Alright, well, I gave him the page view. Though it's questionable if I got any, if I was even able to get an impression an impression on an ad. How long ago was that? To the top. Oh, this was a long time ago. Well, it probably didn't matter that I even went to it. Okay, if we are powered, days, yeah. What am I looking for? I think I'm just trying to... Okay, so what I'm really trying to do is I'm trying to get this value. I also actually only care if I'm flipping. So... That was just a week. I'd be close enough. Wait, how do I do this? Because I have a boolean that's telling me if I want to switch, so I can reduce these calls. So I should prefer to check if I need to do a switch as early as possible. So the comparison here is to take is motor powered and equate it to the Boolean expression that I want to do this. If is motor powered is not equal to is powered, is motor powered should be true if this is true and this is true. Motor powered should be false if this is false or this is false. I guess the Californian one is screwed as well. What do you mean? Is that right? I know I'm switching it if it's not equal to what it should be. Okay, let me write it out more specifically. Yeah, all right. Let's maybe this say. Let me say. Make it even easier. If the motor is powered value is not equal to the motor should be powered value, now I'm doing something. And then if okay, and then do I just set these on everything, or do I check for the IK and only set it there? All right, let's do this. If I have IK, I'm gonna look for a specific axis to apply it to. If I don't, I'm applying it to all of them. And this can be kind of slow because I know the state is changing. So a string doesn't seem too bad. Though it does suck. I really don't want to do a string. Okay, I'll just make it. Let me just... Yeah, I shouldn't. Because this could also be at a time where physics is probably going to be running slower because it needs to do more iterations and more steps if something has happened. So I should try to make this as fast as possible to give it the time it needs. Do I have like a limitation enabled? Yeah, it's set. So if I have... Oh, actually, okay, so I can actually use rotation axis to my advantage here. This is a... I know what it is. It would be an iterate IK3D I think you just write it out like that. Yeah. Limitation um okay. And then if it is not custom, if it is not a custom axis, well, I think maybe in this case I can actually write a switch for the first time ever. A match. Match, motor axis. I don't know how to write a match. I kind of avoid this because I think Godot just is terrible. Okay. Yeah, it's mainly because of that. And then anything else is going to be all three. So I would kind of like it. Yeah, this is why. Yeah. If all or motor axis. So is it sparing? Yeah, I mean it's easier to write. It's definitely way easier to write. Sparing lines of code, which I think is probably better instead. Bone joint set param x angular drive torque limit. I call this torque limit. I'll be right back. Just realized I basically didn't have anything for breakfast, so I'm gonna get something. I'm back. Okay. Maybe I should make this a method. It is kind of quite a lot. Yeah, I'll do like in fact, this also shouldn't even take anything, because it's only ever applying to one thing. As long as we're not destroyed, we can update that. And then is motor powered. Is the check here. What you eating? I got some pineapple. I pretty much didn't eat anything for breakfast, and my stomach was being very loud. So, I'm trying to eat something right now. Poor dog. Dog? The dog is well fed. Yeah, this is exactly why I can need a to-do list, because I complete something and I'm like, now what? Literally now what? Literally what am I doing? You know what? How about I just go into just opening my test file and just hitting build and see what happens. I'm gonna ignore all those errors. And I'm going to, I think, just delete everything. What's all these mark? Cool. I also want them to set up targets. Okay, how do I do this? Poor dog hearing the stomach. Well, I guess I know what it's supposed to look like enough, well enough. But I know for a fact I don't have the shape cast. Do I want to set that up too? I think I do want it to set that up. I think I actually do want it to set that up. Because I want the targets, I want to spawn the targets at the end bone. Spawn the leg at the root bone. That's the biggest thing. Okay. I guess I can make this like a custom resource. To say like crawler leg. I don't know, just even just a fake resource that just has the name on it. That just says, hey, this is gonna be a crawler leg. And then not really a fake resource because I need to I have to have these things. But I mean, it sounds like I want that. This is a crawler leg setting. How do I figure that out? Yeah, because I need all of this. All this has to be here. How would I do those? I guess that's just part of the crawler character, right? And I guess that goes into the build, right? Do I have... Yeah, I guess now I need to set that button up. Okay, so as long as I would just like... Yeah, let me... Yeah, I need to make it like a hidden button or something. So I'll put in physical skeleton, export, tool button. I mean, okay, I'll just put it at the top. And I just need to have it be like the thing that I've been going for where it's it's like an editor function that then asks you, hey, you totally sure? And I have to click yes. And then it does it. But I think I also want to check that it's the scene root. So the currently open scene, when I click the button, the node that I've selected is the root node of its scene that we're on. Yeah. Down. What I could. And I feel like some of the mesh ones actually look cool. Sphere mesh. I think it's just like button editor. What do I call it? Do I have any other buttons? I definitely do, but where would they be? Physical skeleton probably has. Button update, yeah, button in the name and then just that. Then have I put these like before ready? Yeah. Okay. Same place. Yeah. Isn't there a way to print the tree? Wait, crawlerbot? Crawlerbot. Why does it say it twice? I think it's just left. No, it's part of. Yeah, okay. Oh. So it's only relevant to the node that's running it? Sub viewport. Sub viewport container. When do I get an explosion? Now there's a few things have appeared. Okay, so the direct parent should just be a viewport, and it should just be only itself in the scene tree. Yeah, there it is. So it should be able to get its parent, and its parent should be a sub viewport, and the number of children that it has should be equal to 1. If any of that is not true, it's not its own scene. Well, not exactly. Because those structures can be faked. I think there is just some way to figure it out. Edited scene root. So it's just owner? So crawlerbot, if I click it here, I want the editor toast. Okay. What? It's working in reverse now. Oh, am I looking for self? Not owner, self. So there it works. Here it doesn't work. Good. And then, is there a way to get... scene file path? Only scene root nodes contain this. Yeah, okay. Open to build this. Okay. I'll just make it a pop-up. So like an accept dialogue. Sorry. Okay, cool. Although I wonder. One Treacher gave me an EFI, dude. Who did that? Someone made like a side-scrolling. Something. They made something using that. Someone made something. Yep. Someone did it. And then they don't like. I'm gonna guess I'll just say type dialogue. Window. Does it know? Hang on, I don't know if it knows. What's wrong with ready? External member class body. Why not? You're lying. Literally just made. It straight up just made that up. Oh, we can't access body. Yes we can. Sorry, my bad. That file never had a syntax problem. I just made that up. Alright, well that's cool. That it seems to understand this type. Or maybe it's still like weirdly bugged. Stop. You don't know what I want. You just don't know what I want. Why would you act like you know what I want? I open up some parentheses and I was like, oh, you want to call this function? Of course you do. You haven't typed a single letter yet. You want to call this function. Okay. I can just do that. Solo confirmed. Connect to build crawler method. And now I just need a build crawler method. I'll I don't have good organization here. I think it probably just goes, I'm just gonna put it here at the top. And that's why I did that. Great. That was actually an accident. Cancel also closes it. Great, okay. So now it's time to do everything. So this will... It needs a physical skeleton to build on. I guess I may as well start writing some of this stuff out. Okay, so I have the physical skeleton. Okay. And now I kind of need to have a list of the legs that I want to make. A list of leg settings. Because that's what these are. Or is it? Or is it? Okay, I'm gonna say that I should already have the legs here. So what I do is I make the crawler, I create all the legs that I want, I set them up with the settings, and then I would click build crawler. So this needs to locate all of the legs. Which they're loaded here. So I guess I just have them. Okay. But I will duplicate this. And I don't think, yeah, any that's necessary. The leg will just position itself. And then I will call build for the bone chain. The leg will construct itself from these. And in fact, what I really want to have is that this... So right now, I manually place this step cast. I don't want that. I want the leg to generate that when it runs and use these. So those will be things that don't even show up in the scene tree. What? I don't think so. I like crunchy things. Now I'm lost. Where am I? Crawler character. Here. I would run... How to do this? I think there's some stuff here that I mean to do. I do mean to call prepare custom joins as well. Peak. What is? Bad Art History is a familiar name. Title. Okay. Great. Blast it? No. That's great. Sorry. I've had this camera too low for this whole time. What I'm thinking of doing is making this be a method, and I would call this method here and ready, and then I just call it here and build crawler. But I give some sort of parameter to say do extra build stuff. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Well, I guess not really. Hang on, not really. Because they already exist, I don't have to worry about any of that. Okay, let me make it a method that's like load legs. I'll just do that. Because I do think I need to call it. I do think I need to call it. The default should be -1. Yep. Then body null. On a chain changed. If body and body skeleton. Okay. It's literally just to set these values. All right. Assign resizes the array to match array. Okay. So it just totally overrides it. Good. Then I need this line here. So that's load legs, so I will do load legs, and then I would go through each one and grab its physical bone chain, if one exists, and do that. Build chain. Leg physical bone chain, leg, build custom joint. And then I think that's all I do. So I'm going to make it so that the leg in the ready will, if it is its own scene, it's going to okay, well I think here whenever I click build, I do this and I'm gonna teleport it to the right place. So okay, well it also needs to have that. If I were to do, I need to see something. If I were to do this, okay, it marks the scene as changed. Good. Also, when I do the builds have to set their owners, so I may as well check all of that. Or that I do add child. Needs to set the owner. Wait, physical skeleton doesn't create. Build changes returns false. Set up part collision exceptions. There's so many error handles. Who calls? Set up body. Right. So we go through each chain in the chain list. Let me check how the chain list is determined. Assign, find children. If we are 0, that's an error, right? Wait. Within the chain root. Okay, right. So it's going to make a chain root. And a market. So how do I create the chain root node? Okay, so I think I'd probably just say I search for the chain root node, and then if I don't find it, then I make it. And that's part of the build. Okay, so chain needs to just do that. Build chain. Meta. This should be chain root. I'm just dumb. I think, yeah, I think it's you add the child and then you set the owner. Owner is my owner. And then yeah, and now that will show up. Yeah. What's owner again? Node. Set the owner after calling add child. Yeah, okay. So that's that. So now I have it. And then I need to add the chains in here somewhere. Meta chain resource ID. I think the purpose of this is that the I am requiring that they be direct descendants. Why do I require that? I would like to be able to organize them. It shouldn't matter. Well, okay, I guess I don't need to, because the chain would be like front left, front right. So there'd be like 6 chains, 6 chain nodes. So they're already organized like that. Because that is how I was going to organize them. Yeah, so they will just be direct descendants. Oh, and then I should set the name of it. Okay. Create the root node. I mean, I guess just the first step is to make the chain node, right? Then what do I have to tell it? What does it need to know? It just needs to know the resource. And then I would tell it to, yeah, then I would say build chain, giving it the main body and the builder. And then that would be it. These lines are just so long, I'm gonna split them up. So it can add children. No, I do have to add it. Because this is doing add child. So this one needs to already be in the scene first. But ready will be called, which we'll call reload chain. Which does all this stuff. It needs to be able to locate a skeleton. It needs to... Oh, I'm adding child in the wrong way. This is supposed to be skeleton add child. How does this find? Skeleton, yeah, it looks through a skeleton. Okay. And then I can put the chain root wherever I want, but it preferably should be right away. Part count is 0. If not resource. Yeah, okay. So it kind of has to... Okay, well the resource will be assigned, and then I add it. And it will go through and make sure all this stuff is set correctly. The resource needs to have that. All parts are non-null. Get the bone list. Then I look for these, and I guess it's fine to see nothing. Yeah, I guess it's actually fine to see nothing. And then I can just rerun it. Yeah, okay. Though this should be the indexed part list. Yeah. Hey, Strangeverse. But then this would be a problem. And I kind of don't want to rely on this. I want to be somehow explicit about what's going on. Let me, you know what? That's probably the way to do it. I set like a temporary variable or something that says skip checks. It'll always be false. And that can't be an exported thing, so every time it loads, it's going to be false. Though it does kind of... It does seem bad. But at least it's explicit. Go let's chain because it's just too much. Can't wait to ditch Windows as soon as Affinity works natively. What is that? And also, I left Windows just because I was annoyed. And I was like, all right, you know what? At this point, it's like worth me like having a half functional setup for like a month just to stop using Windows. And honestly, it was like after day one, I was already happy. I was like, wow, I'm already so glad I'm not using Windows. Photoshop. Why not? Why not Krita? I use Krita. I started using it on Windows because I didn't like using Photoshop, mostly, is what it was. I don't want to learn it. Okay. I don't do anything super advanced. I like literally will open it to like draw or edit simple images. I know that when I was using Photoshop, it was basically just because it was a glorified like paint.net to me. That's all I used it for. Everything that I was doing with it, I could have just done in paint.net. Though it would have been harder. Some of the things would have been harder. Been on Photoshop for a decade. Yeah. A child. Set the owner. And then I would do yeah, then I have to build pass in a custom joint builder. So build chain, does this know anything? It has to have a skeleton, which has to be set. Yeah, so I guess I have to give it the skeleton. I'll happily suffer with my driver issues due to proprietary. Oh yeah. I've never quite liked. I have laptops, but I stopped using them so quickly because they just. Windows is just bad, I guess. Maybe it's because I didn't use them often enough, but it's like eventually we just get into like update purgatory. Where it would just forever be slow because it's always downloading more updates. Remade all my favorite features from Hyperland over to Windows. From Hyperland to Windows. Or do you mean that the other way around? Oh, okay. I'm using Hyperland. And I do prefer, I definitely prefer it over Windows. The one thing I don't have though, and I don't know if you can really set it up, is to have like a bar that automatically hides. I feel like I might want that for this monitor. But I guess I never looked at how to set that up. Oh, dog. Okay. I'm gonna go feed the dog. I'm not hungry right now, so I'm not gonna get food. I'm just gonna go feed the dog, so I'll be back really quick. I was on Omarchy. Or I was on Omarchy. I don't know what that is. Get something to drink. I've got plenty on my desk right now. But thanks. Okay, I'll be back. I am back. Omoshi, I've heard the name, I just didn't know what it was. Merch-based distro managed by DHH. Yeah. Cool. I have not looked at it before, but I've heard the name. So I'll call it build chain. It's in the scene tree. Build chain runs. It goes through the resource. Add child part. Part owner will be my owner. And then I think it's fine at that point. Right, and then I want to give these a name. The name will just be, I think just the resource name, probably, right? Since they're built off of a bone, they could be the bone name. Right? Could be the bone name. I'll actually do the bone name. At this point, I have a skeleton, so I can access. I have the build bone list. Yeah, I think it makes more sense to use the bone ID. Not the bone ID, here's what I'm trying to say. I want that to be called bone ID, since I'm using it twice now. And then the bone name, in this case would be front left tarsus, front left tibia, front left femur, right? It'll be those. That's what I want. If I were to use the resource name, it would be femur part, tarsus part. You know what? Maybe that makes more sense, actually. I'll stick with that. Force readable name. Okay. All right. So now there's already a variable named dialogue declared in the scope. What? Why are you complaining? Alright, you know, let me just reload save scene and see if there's anything here that I might want to fix. Cannot call method get children on a null value. Yeah. It's just immediate null. Cannot find the chain root node. It must be built first. Also, how is it unable to find the skeleton? You know what? That actually is an error here. How is this missing the skeleton? Okay. There's a method here called find. There's not a method. Is it here? Get skeleton and fill skeleton. It is here. Just say. Wait, I have a find main body method? Alright, then I'm throwing that. Right there. I was gonna say, isn't parent a thing, but it's actually not. While parent. Yeah, I would think this, at this point, does that mean there should be an API for this? I give it the type name and I say, find me the first ancestor of this type. Because there's find children. Whose name matches pattern. Yeah, okay, so they just kind of forgot. Right, yeah, okay, so they're just kind of... They're just dumb. Because find children gives you the type to look up. Find parent does not. So what if that was something? Because then that would actually be useful. I'm not looking for that. Why do I have these things open? It says a new argument before existing arguments. Yeah, I mean, this is why shit like this stays a PR for 3 years. It could have just been add parent. Just add parent. Just add parent. That is the one case where it's actually impossible. Also, wait, is this really? Oh no, they fixed it. This breaks compatibility in a major way. This was from version 3. Oh no, they added a version 4. Find parent could have just been the type thing. It could have just been the type thing. Gosh. Because here's what I would do. I would say, hey, this already exists for find children. Get rid of find child and I'll take find parent. Instead of doing this. And then it's gone. And it's gone. 3 years later. We need some people here to say, like, just... like, hey, we can take get parent right now. We can take it right now. Because that doesn't break compatibility. We can take it right now. No fucking way. Honestly, find child is kind of a useless thing in the first place. It should just be find children. Or, like, it should have just been that or something the whole time. Find children, find first child. That is actually a better name than find child. Fair to open a new PR. Yeah, I think I'd probably do that. Just for add parent. Just for find parent. Can I put that on the list? I don't need to do that. I don't really need to do that, but it would be nice to have it. So I'll do that later. If I feel like I need to stop, then I'm going to do that. I'm going to implement that. Because I've just written this twice now. And I'm like, well, this should probably be an API. Or a better API. Okay. Where am I at? I have find skeleton written. Find skeleton. Skeleton equals find skeleton. Then I run through that. Then I can search for a chain root. Okay. Clear. Scene. Reload scene. Condition. What? Oh, do I just have like a find parent written somewhere? Condition? Oh, it tells me what line it's on. Node 2009. That's how many, by the way. If you do something twice, immediately look for an abstraction or an API or something. The hard rule should be 3 times, but as soon as you're at twice, as soon as you've done it twice, you should consider. Definitely writing the same function 6 times in a row, you're just insane at that point, and you should probably be taken outside and someone like sprays really cold water on your face. That's what needs to be done. Where am I looking? I'm looking for scene, main, node, 2006. Or was it 2009? Find children. I have a find children just written somewhere, I think. Scan all nested children. What? Huh. Okay. Why? No, I don't need to be babysat here. I've passed an empty string on purpose. That's literally just like babysitting right there. Oh, you didn't mean to use our API that way. We're sure you didn't. The only reason that's written, I'm sure, is because it would be performantly bad, I guess, because you would just get a big list of every single child. And like, oh, if you really want to do that, then you're supposed to be like super, you're supposed to write it all out yourself. But why? But why is that the case? Also, why did this print like so many times? They want me to use a star. That's what they want me to do. But an empty thing still should have been accepted. Physical skeleton cannot find the chain root node. That's correct. Physical skeleton at okay, maybe I need like a better path thing. Because a lot of this is definitely not needed. Probably just make it relevant to the scene root. So whenever I do get path, it'd be like, oh man, because in path like is actually written all over the place. I guess I could say get tree root Maybe I should just write get path to. No, because I think I want... Edited scene root. Let me see exactly what this is. How are there so many? Editor interface get edited scene root. Why did I just scroll down? Node selected. So I'm kind of hoping there might be something here that I could call to just say, give me a path from the root of this current scene. I guess it would have to be in scene tree, right? Yeah, because what I really want is like the scene root. Current scene. Current scene. Get current scene. Okay. Tree. Current scene. Get path to. Cannot obtain physical skeleton at. Okay, let's see how that looks. This is not the arrow I was looking for. Cannot come with a get path to on a null value. It would be nice if Node just had something like this. What does get tree string do? No, tree string just gets everything that's on that node and beneath it. It doesn't actually give it that kind of path. Get viewport? I guess get viewport. Let me see about get window. I feel like get window might print it. Might print out how I want it to print. It was a little bit less, but not really. Okay. Get viewport it is. Yeah. It's probably enough information. Callable get bone name with crawler. Yeah, that's just not the line. There it is. Body, skeleton, physical bone chain. Okay. Chain resource. Okay, so that one just is my fault, though. Who's running this? I'm running it. I am running it. I'll have both of these do this error because I'd like both to show up so I know that that's what's going on. And physical skeleton needs to make sure that the chain resource exists as well. And then I'm gonna do... I'm gonna fix all these get paths so that they do this. Get path to chain. Okay, all that get path. Okay, let me do this. Let me create a method on these types that will just give me a nicer result. So what I do is I look for if get tree edited scene root. I want to do, yeah, get tree current scene. That's still, if not a root node. I get the next viewport. If I still don't have it, and get window, I am told, always exists. Or is it viewport? If the node is in the main window, okay. Okay. Joint. And then I guess it's going to be that the it's going to be like that. All right. Unknown. Okay, so let me fix that because I think that's probably not allowed. And then the default has to be null. I forgot. 23 here. Fortunately, a lot of these are nicer. Indexed part list. Yep. The chain, though, can just be called on it. Very cool. Great. And then at blank oh, this is prepare custom joints. And then build chain. Build chain, custom joint builder. Hard to build part. Okay, this is also supposed to be an error, actually. Is that what these are? Physical bone part. Yeah. Get nice path expected at least one. The default is null. Yeah, what are you talking about? Default is null. Yeah, that's just something dumb. Okay. I guess I never saved it or something. Also, can't even do anything because this isn't working right now. Physical skeleton. Wait, what? Also, it's literally a property. It's just buggy. I think it's just buggy right now. If I don't give a chain resource, that's an error. Usually it does not open docs like that. It opens the script source. It is all cool errors. There's a random new line. Do I just have a push error that's just nothing? Oh, I do. Yeah, I think up here I'm just calling push error with nothing else. Yeah. Yeah, then I guess I'll just do return from there. Oh, then I forgot to... Yes, that's just crazy. Maybe I'll just copy this. Did I put it above? I put it below ready. Do I want to duplicate it everywhere? Not really. Crawler character at dot. There's a crawler leg at there, which is missing a physical bone chain resource. Please give it to that. And then these had errors. If body dot skeleton on base object of nil. I guess that's fine. Well, I mean, maybe I should just not return there. Actually, I should probably just do continue. I'll just do this. That's an else. So at least they'll all be running, and hopefully hitting Control S doesn't keep printing that. Good. Can I find a chain? Front right leg. Okay. Okay. So the idea is front left. I mean, yeah, I think the idea now is I just click build and see what happens. Yes. And what did we do? Why is that glowing? Why is that glowing? What did I do wrong? Why is that glowing? It shouldn't be glowing like that. Is it setting the owners wrong? It might be setting the owners wrong. I'm going to assume it set the owners wrong, which just means I need to... yeah, so it thinks... Yeah, okay. Alright. That's exactly why the owner needs to be correct. I think I just have to go delete them manually because I did it wrong. So it thinks they're... It thinks those are things which are not things. Chain. It didn't save. It didn't save it. Okay. So if I reopen it, it's going to be gone. Okay, it's gone. Alright, so yeah, I just need... So the owner was wrong. I used the skeleton owner, which is obviously... I mean... Yeah. I mean, it's just incorrect. It needs to be my owner, not the skeleton's owner. That should be all I have to do. Okay, we got the right stuff. Now the chain node, I forgot to give a name. So I guess I'll just do the same thing. Just the chain does it how. Part resource, resource name. Chain resource, resource name. Add child. True. These haven't been marked tools yet. I don't know how I missed all that. They definitely need to be tool. Though they do have a weird thing where the custom type is set up wrong. I think it's because I need to set some meta on it to make that work, and then it will fade it out like that. So I guess I just look for like meta custom script type equals the UID to the script. Okay. Though I kind of wonder if I save it, if that works. I don't know. What do you think about that? I've done this before. This exact thing where I have to do that meta. Though I guess I don't know if I have to. Custom type. And then it has to be the UID. Script instance. And then this is the weird thing. I have to do get a resource UID. Custom type script. Let me see where that's applied. Callable remove. Where are we setting it? Assign custom type script. Set meta. Resource UID. Script UID. Resource loader get resource UID. Path, script get path. Okay, so it's the exact same thing. It's this big dumb thing here. Alright. So I can do that. The same thing for part. Which I just do as the first thing. Too much. Just not enough room on the screen for all this stuff. There we go. I delete. I Run again. Invalid custom type script UID removing. Resource UID ID to text. Like, this could all just go away if the resource or the script just had get UID, and then I wouldn't have to do any, I wouldn't have to call like several functions in a row to do it. Hey, Dylan. Was it the $10 store? And the cashier told me I had to pay $80 for the 8 items I got. Alright. I mean, that sounds correct to me. Maybe I don't know math. So that sounds correct. Cannot call remove meta on a null value. Well, why would you try to do that? The scripts are now faded out. They probably think they're the right stuff. Okay. This has a transform. Oh. Okay. Roller character. I don't care about those. These ones, I think I do care about. Invalid access to property or key joint on base object null. How could loaded balloon... What? What? What did I just do? Oh man, I just made myself laugh. Okay. That's so stupid. Alright. On null, bone joint, bone joint, bone joint. So I could have not found a joint. I could have not found a joint, and then that would be a problem. So it looks like I'm just doing the same thing again. The chain needs to intentionally skip the ready when this is being made. And then if skip ready is true, and then I'll document it the same way I've done this one up here. Because I don't know any other way to stop this from happening. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I hit Control C, and then I go here and I hit Control V, and you're supposed to put that as the whole line. Why do you not? Is that an indented thing only? Huh. Interesting. That only works if I have indented the line. So if I just hit Control C and then Control V, it puts it in line. Okay, so I'll set skip ready to be true. Here. In the build. I just realized I can't actually click over here and go there. I should probably do that. Though I am calling build parts, so actually why did it fail to load that? I have the parts here. Part build part. They're not setting owners. This doesn't have an owner until we've added this. Okay, so it does have to be flipped around. I have to add child, set owner, and then I can call build. It always has to be in that order. Add child, call build, and then I would check if it's valid. Or just this returns a Boolean. Which I can just return in place. Blast this? Will I want to? I'll split it up like that so it's really obvious. What was that part? Should break. That's what I saw. Okay. And then, yeah, part is like forgetting to set owners on things. Owner is my owner. I say true. Collision shape name will be equal to my resource just make it a readable name. I should know the bone that I am assigned to. I don't know the bone that I'm assigned to. Okay. I'll just call it bone joint. Custom resources. Add child joint. True. Okay. Build. Okay. Scene. Collision shapes. Shape is not provided. The bones do not get added. Is it because chain is calling... It's calling build part. Build part. Forgot to set the owner of main joint. And then I also forget to do it here too. Play it. I will look in a second. I'm just really into it right now. Don't do that. Clear. No, do that. Don't care about those. And in fact, for now, I'm just going to have this continue. Skip over that. Bros over projects. This is more than project. $1 million on football betting? Okay. I'm not watching it, but interesting. I know who that is. I know what that video is. Trying to assign a value of null to a boolean. Oh, it's supposed to be has meta. Has meta. In fact, I just have like a really stupid looking code here. What is that? Just get rid of that. I think I probably just wrote that there before I wrote this line just to see like what the method was called, and then I just forgot to delete the line. Cannot call remove method from a null. Remove meta from null. Okay, so I still don't understand that because that just shouldn't have happened. Oh, well, I guess technically it does have to know. It does have to know. But how did it not get this? Also, what did that even... Does build part call that? There's not enough space on the screen for any of this stuff, man. Reload part happens here. Yeah, I don't know how that could have failed to find it, but somehow it failed to find it. So I'm just gonna fix that line and then run it again, because I think that might be it. I mean, that could have been the error, was just that error print, and then everything else broke. Oh gosh. Node not found blank. Unable to find... the parent body... Node A. Get node A. Configure joint. Configure joint is supposed to figure that out. No, the bone joint... I wish push error gave the stack trace instead of saying variant utility. It's just so stupid. So I call it with this one. That's the reload part. Okay, so when I built it, I just forgot to set... yeah. So I just forgot to set... I forgot to set that up. Build part. So main joint name meta. Whoops. Main joint node A should be parent body. That's not it. Parent body. I add child. I set owner. And then I can do this. Okay, no. I think it breaks if I rename them, but I think it's actually... How does it know if I rename a... I guess if I rename a node, it checks for all... If I rename or move a node, it probably checks to see any node paths that point to that node, and then it fixes them. So just to test this, I'm going to set this one's node A, oh god, to femur, and I'll just leave that. So now that points to femur part. So if I rename this to femur parts, renamed, and hit enter. Okay, femur part renamed, and the node path is ... femur part renamed. So now if I move it over here, it's still, okay, so it tracks it. Good. That's good. So, yeah, I can just give it the path. Get path to self. Okay. Not find a chain resource using the named. Okay, well, front left leg chain. Let me see where that came from. Physical skeleton is where it came from. Chain node map. Prepare custom joints. Chain node map. Okay, so that just means that the chain node map wasn't built yet when this was called. Am I supposed to say get chain node map? Load chain node map? I think you just call load chain node map first. Though I'll just say, well, actually, if I create a chain, hang on, if I run build chain, it should just call this. Prepare custom joints is called from there. Is not called from anywhere actually. So crawler character calls it. Load legs. Prepare custom joints. So I think I say load legs and then I run build chain. And I think build chain should probably just... Well, I guess it says prepare custom joints. It doesn't exist. Yeah, but that's because legs consider rebuilding the chain. Yeah, I think that's what it is. So whenever I build chain, I need to oh, and I actually forgot to I just forgot to set it, actually. And then if it is successful, I will... And I think what I should really do is probably look for any chains that exist which don't have this resource on it, and say this is an invalid chain, you just got to delete it. Or rebuild it. Because that is the whole purpose. You're supposed to create them and they're supposed to be there like that. Well, I'll let you say that. And then up here, chain resource ID needs to be... Let me check. UID, I'm looking for a specific integer. Okay. But it does have to be that custom, yeah, it has to be this unique ID thing. Do the chain resources display that? They do. Okay, so they display that. I need to make it display it not quite like this. Because I don't want that thing to be over here. I think it's just like hide control. I guess I have to say range and then zero, one, or greater or less. Hide control. There we go. Where am I now? When I create the chain, I have to give it that ID, and then I have to. Oh, jeez. Have I just changed anything recently? I think I. Yeah. Build chain. I need to set the meta. Okay, I have to do two things. So I have to set the chain resource. Chain resource, I need to tell it to generate a unique ID. And then I grab that unique ID. But I think I should only do this if it's -1. I think I say that it should be invalid, right? I can't remember if I say that it's... I'm specifically returning -1. I do mark it as invalid. Okay. So default's invalid, so I'll make sure that all these return invalid. And I don't really know why it needs to return it. Yeah, it doesn't need to return it. Just create it. Can fail if the resource isn't saved. Just set that. Oh, and when I set it, I have to save this resource. Resource saver, save chain resource. Build. Okay. Cannot represent as a 64-bit signed integer. Signed integer, you say? I've never seen that error. I've never seen that error. Is it from here? I think I just got unlucky, which is funny. Well, no, not really unlucky. That's like a 50-50 chance of happening. So I actually got lucky that it failed the first time. Yeah. So I have to read in the first, this one, and drop, or I guess if it's greater than 7, I have to subtract 8. Yeah, but the funny thing is it still gave me a value. Cannot reliably represent in the inspector. Value is too large. And it wrapped. Cannot represent as a 64-bit signed integer, comma. Oh, wait, it's like right as, okay, as a 64-bit signed integer. Since the value is too large. So what am I reading? Hex to int. So it's one of these. Oh, look, hex to int. Since the value is too large, too small. Okay, so they say too small for a negative value. That's not really what they should say. But, it still gave me the value. Error fail. It returned to me fail condition, the value to return, and the message to print. So it returned to me the 64-bit integer minimum, signed integer minimum. Is this the maximum 64-bit signed integer minimum? It is, yeah. Cannot reliably represent in the inspector values too large. And then it wraps to be negative. So why did I add 1 though? Okay, well, either way. If I am, yeah, if I'm 8 or higher, I need to wrap it. Or not wrap it, just subtract 8. ASCII table. The numbers are before. Good. So I can just compare it to X38. Which I think character... Oh, no. What if I want... Nice. How do I get a single character? Weird. And if the digit is less than yeah. Well, actually, I guess if it's one of these, like F, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let me do this. Yeah, if only they aligned this A with 40 instead of 41. If only. But I guess I needed to align it here. I don't know, because then I feel like this character should have just gone down here and this character should have just gone down here. And then they'd be aligned. The main thing is it would be nice if I could just take A and subtract. That'd be like 0. 1, 2, 3. Will this be? Well, I know where F should go. You have to subtract 15. But yeah, it would have been nice if they... Well, I mean, I guess in that case, if it was 15... Did ASCII come before or after hexadecimal? I think it probably came before. This is just really close. But it could have just been 16. All right, anyway, that's the letter case. Subtract that. And then there we go. So now I'm clearing that. So I will for now change this so I can manually modify it. Save it. Okay. Invalid hexadecimal notation character U. U. Why is it lowercase? Wait. What would it be to get back there? I guess the same thing. 15 brings me up here. And then I have to go back another. Maybe I can I just count? Yeah. I just make it uppercase. That's way easier. So it should still be -1. Okay, no. Can invalid hexadecimal character notation, it returns the integer max? That's your default? No, it returns 0. And then it converts it to lowercase. I'm gonna lose it. I'm not gonna lose it. Just okay. To uppercase. Hex digit 8 or higher. I still don't understand why that happened though. Can I use underscores? I can. Yeah, so I'm just taking off. Oh. So I did give it the max value. It came back 0, but then it ORed it with that. That would make sense. All right. Make it writable. Okay, I'll go ahead and test just deleting this one and then running it. No, I can test that later. cannot find a resource using that chain. It has given it a valid ID though. Alright, it's still writable. I was like, why is it allowing me to reset that value? Okay. Cannot reliably represent it in the inspector. Value is too large. What? Do you really... Is it because it's a range? And that's outside of the floating range? Hint, none. Then I guess I say hint. I guess I can display it as a string. No. I think I know that's why. I think I might just say enum. And then maybe, or enum suggestion. No, I don't think I should do any of that. How can I just put a large number and it be okay with that? Okay, let me see where hide control is. Should be inspector properties. Editor property integer. Editor property integer. How do we make an editor property integer? How do we make one of those? If hint. Oh, okay, so if I give no hint, it just assumes it's a... So I don't need to give... I don't need to give that, it just parses it like that. Parse range hint. Okay. To float. To float. Cannot reliably represent. Oh. If the value is not equal to casting it to a double, then casting it back to an int. But really? If spin, currently editor splin slider. The splin slider. Right. Is changed so that it can use, then the blue warning wouldn't be a problem. Set editing integer. Editor spin slider. Jeez. Editing integer. What does that do? Format number. Okay, so what's the maximum integer? Um, two to the 53. So 2 to 53. So I have to end with 3. What? I guess I just do -1. Yeah. So if they end with this. Though, did that copy? I feel like it probably didn't. Oh, it did. The dog is like barking in his sleep right now. All right. So I guess I can just take this off then. Just grab the first 14. Okay. And it has its value. But it also didn't interpret correctly. Apparently I do have to say range. This dog. He's still like barking. But it's like a whispered bark. Okay, and then it says it still can't find it, which I think is just because it's it wasn't there yet. Because the first thing it does, I believe, is it calls load. Well, hang on. This is from prepare custom joints, which is in load legs. So maybe I just say load needs to skip doing this because I don't want it to do this. Load legs. How can I determine if is there anything specific about the ready? I guess I'm just looking for like a specific thing that's saying this is currently the calling the ready function, basically. It'd be nice if it was a little more automatic. A little more automatic. Because otherwise I have to pass a boolean to this to tell it to not do certain things. Is part of edited scene. Interesting. Right, I'm not seeing anything. So I think what I need to do is I need to pass true here. And that means this accepts a value if it is adding nodes, I guess. Or it's like is initialization. those. Okay. Button build crawlers declared but never used in the class. It's a tool button. Is that a joke? I don't actually want to ignore that because that's definitely like gotta just be a weird bug. That it's complaining about this not being. So if I do that, you're happy. You're just an idiot. That is just idiotic. I don't want people to be able to call the button thing. Yeah, action. No. Maybe button instead. Delete. Build. I saw no errors appear. The only thing is some of these didn't get a shape. But then I suppose all right. Okay, I'm going to delete the front left leg. Though I will have to. I'm just gonna delete these. Show the skeleton. And those look pretty much correct. Just double check the orientation of these. Yep. And then I think I'm just supposed to set, do I set them top level here? I don't think so. I think what I would do is part of the load will just go through these and make them all top level, and that's all it does. So in the scene, they are not top level, but when it appears, that's when it does it. Okay, so the thing is to just kind of go through here and would be to mess with these. Now, I would have to connect the signal so this will work. But it might already work. This should be down the y-axis. It's already going up, but this did call. Huh. How did that fail? How did that fail? Because bone joint data should be valid. But I mean, that's cool. So I'm changing it. This one already sort of works. I'm changing the offset from here. So the height is 0.32, so this should be 0.16. And it moves. Though it does seem like I have the bone length wrong. So not 0.3 and then 1.5. 0.31 and 1.55. Okay, so I guess it's supposed to be that. Cool, yeah, but the idea is that that would just apply directly to everything else. And then I think it may be too small. So I make it wider. And then just checking that rotation would work if I were to give it a... Yep. Great. So I should see layers 1 and 6 on this collision part. On the rigid body. Great. Go back. Cool. And then I can also just change it here directly. Physics material is right. Solver, I can turn that off. Okay. I think I need to take the dog out, so I will be back. But this is going good. This just prints 7 times every time I change a value though. So I need to fix that. Why does it print 7 times though? Resource modified is running. Yeah, too much. It may also just be spam. Like I call it here and it says, oh yeah, we're calling remove meta. And it says, no, you can't do that. And then I call this and then it prints it like 6 more times, but it uses the same message and then it gives up on printing that. That could be it. Okay. I'll be right back though. I'm gonna take the dog out. I'm back. Alright, let me figure out why this is called so many times and who it's called on. So name and setting. Yeah, so I got can I get path of node as it is not in a scene tree? Dog. We were literally out there for like at least 5 minutes. What do you want from me? Okay. I think I'm going to get this fixed and then I'm going to call it there. I think it might just be that if I were to close. In fact, let me just do reload project. So I can be sure. Yeah, save everything. Output. I don't care about that one. Clear. Open the scene. Rigid body femur part does not have a parent modifier bone target 3D fix. I guess it's complaining about this one. Which I'll have to fix that. Because it won't even be loading these anymore like that. Yeah, let me see where this is happening. Why is character control? Here. Map rigid body to bone IDs. Is this just update body mass? Yeah. Okay. So the rigid bodies should now be physical bone part 3D. But why don't they have... Okay. I think what I'm looking for is... I think I have to go through the chains, because then the chains give me the bones. The physical skeleton should be able to tell me that, though, right? A bone... Does the chain do this? Get bone joint map. An integer to an array of what? Part list. Get joint list. Returns joints. Maybe I would just say get bone part map. Process chain, setup body. I think it would be preferable if the physical skeleton gave me this. I ask for a mapping of bone IDs to parts, and it will do everything for me. So that way I don't have to go into the chain and ask the chain for that. Because I would like to load it from the chain list, right, essentially. So I'll say I need some kind of organization. This is just... All right, how about here? And I should think what does chain list change? It chains here. Chain list changes. I think I said a chain list chains. And then I said it chains here. Okay. So setup is in the ready. Load chain node map. And also say load chain bone part map. And then chain list is assigned here. So yeah, wherever it's assigned, I can just call that, and that's where I do it. Boolean. I mean, I'll just keep with the thing. I don't really know why I'm returning a Boolean though. It's only called at one place. There's just no, I'm not using it. I will say you know what, let's just do this. Let's just say what does it return? Oh, into node. So this doesn't even check that one. Get the chain root. Empty. Wait, if I'm just finding the chain list, shouldn't I just be iterating the chain list? Why do I need the chain root? I don't need the chain root here. I'm just going through the chain list. Yeah, okay. Silly. Also, these should be... That's what these are. Chain node map. Is that... Also, why am I saying create? Just... Wow. I'm like really... Like I could be a little bit smarter. I could be. Does China already have something like this for me? It's sort of here. I'm looking through part count. Let me just make this return it. Okay. Map. There's one that's like to add everything from another one. Merge or merged. Duplicate keys are not copied over. Yes, I want to say true then, right? And what I actually want to do is I want to do this. There we go. Cool. So I just need a bone to a rigid body. Okay. I think a rigid body should be fine. So I'll just write it like that. Yeah. All right. So it should be coming from here. And I set their sizes based on the length of everything. Okay. Front left femur does not have an associated rigid body. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. But what I'm really looking to do is not do that. I'm looking to just go through all of these instead, because all of these are going to get assigned that. Yeah, okay. So I'm going through the chain specifically. For chain in... because the chain is going to correlate to... Or well, the chain is going to give me the start and the end bone. So I can calculate through that. So from the chain... It's getting really hot in here. It is. Also, I set up at stop. Well... Maybe I actually just mean to go through the leg nodes. I access that, and then from the chain... Well, I mean, actually just from there I have the chain, so I don't need to... Okay. For leg and legs, I will do physical bone chain. Continue. Okay, and then the bone, the total bone length. So now I have this, and the chain is going to tell me Um, it is... Yeah, so I start with the end bone, but I go up one. Well, I guess it technically doesn't really matter because I'm going to be adding like 0 to it. So it should be fine. Okay, so I say 4. Yeah, I kind of have to go backwards, right? So I think what I mean to say is, yeah, I think I actually just go through. No, wait, okay, so I still need the actual part, but I need the bone from there. So, okay, glad I still actually needed that. Good. So yeah, I'm still gonna need that because I need to obtain the body. And then what I do is I start with the end bone and I travel up. Okay, so the chain should exist. Maybe, yeah. Alright, maybe I'm just going through the chains then. I can just run through them like this. So I have to calculate the bone length. So I should just be able to say chain provides a bone list. Okay. Bone rest of the next one. Yes. And then with a full bone length. Same thing again. So maybe I'm actually just looking for part count. Because part count is the length of that -1. Or I guess it's actually that. Resource get bone list. Yeah, okay. Okay. Um, yeah, I guess I should write like this. And this would just be length of that. Okay, clear. Scene, reload scene. Out of bounds read. Seriously. Well then, how do I know? Because, I mean, I guess it does say ignore, and then it just ignores it. Okay. Or count would be 3, which means 0, 1, and 2 are valid. So 0, 1, 2, 2 plus 1. Yeah. Front left femur. What? Why is it empty? Is it not loaded? Does chain at least exist? I mean, it obviously does. Oh my gosh. Why is my fingers just on the wrong place? They're all just in the wrong place. Okay, so front left chain is there. So this means the chain has loaded. So how is it that the chain list is being made? It's not an export, so it's being calculated. How is it this is being made and not... This is the only place it's assigned, which means this comes in here, I go through this, and the chain bone part map is empty. This is empty. So why is the part map empty? It's because they're all empty. And why did I print twice? Oh, because I printed twice. Okay, that's why. So why does this not have these yet? How could it not have these yet? This is in the ready method. So is reload chain not running? It runs here. So it is running. Reload chain runs and gets nothing. let's drop some of these prints. Okay. So it exists here. What about down here? Does it exist? So I don't understand. So I print the chain list. Three. Okay, so get bone part map. Okay, so what the fuck is happening here? Am I being punked? Because this means I don't understand. Because it's there, but then it's not there. I'm being fucked with. Because when I call this from physical skeleton, it's not there yet. These get set by physical skeleton ready, but the chains are ready before the physical skeleton ready can call. This is setup. So I'm just going to print ready skeleton, and I'm going to print, I'm going to explode in a moment here. Because it's messing with me. It's screwing with me. You can't be fucking serious. Why is skeleton getting ready called first? Okay. That makes me upset. That was me, dog. That was me. I did that. I hit my desk. Hey. That was me. Hey. That's me. That's me. Yeah, you get it now? That was me? It's okay. Rhett. Hey, look, my hand. That's me. I think he gets it, but he doesn't want to. He wants to pretend like he doesn't. Alright, so I'm being punked, is what's happening. So is there any way that I can say, do not... Here's what I can do. I can reorder let me check. How can I check this? I mean, I could add it. I want to allow myself to be able to move this chain root node wherever I want. And then like do whatever I want with the ordering of these or the ordering of these, as long as they're in here somewhere. But now I have an issue where the ready is not ready yet. The skeleton runs first, and then the chain runs. But the skeleton sets up with an empty chain list, right? So skeleton doesn't see any of the chain. But also I'm kind of confused because if I print the chain list, I feel like if I do that, yeah, so it finds that, but none of the chains have been readied yet. Okay, so let me try this. I can't really try anything. Oh my god, why? Why? I mean, I understand it, it makes sense, but now it's like I need this to set up immediately. I need the chain ready to call before me. I need all of the chain readies to call before me. So how can I make sure that I call a method when all the chains are ready? I guess I can just keep doing... I can't keep doing deferred calls. Because that would be an infinite loop. Okay, I feel like it's just somewhere in skeleton in here. When I obtain these the chain list, I need to know, I need to figure out at this point if these are... So I could put an await in there, but then if I have an await, well, I guess setup is probably fine, isn't it? No, because if this never... Can I just do that? I feel like there's a possible problem with that, where it's gonna just be bad doing an await like that. Okay. You know what? I really don't understand why. I guess because I don't await it up here. I guess that's why. I don't await there, so that's fine. Okay, I need to like document this. This one's like really bad. This is gonna be like the only await that I have ever. I'll even call it a hack. Oh, no, 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 no. If not chain is node ready. This is set to true prior to calling ready. Because now I have an infinite wait there. Because it's possible some of them could be ready before that one is. So I need to make sure that I'm definitely waiting on it when ready has not been called. Okay. Right, so I've got... Wait, what? Oh. Okay, but now I'm back to the same error that I had before, which is this end bone. Let me just do like... Seems a bit better. Still have a print happening. Whoops. Right now with the bone part map. 8, 9, 10. Now these nodes should be like very massive. Maybe not that one. 0.76. Are those actually the same? Those are actually the correct mass. Okay. So if I say total mass is going to be 200, it runs through these again. Great. So that is still going well. Though the print is still happening. Because I didn't save. Awesome. Okay. Well, that's what I'm going to call it for today. There's no errors being printed. These are... I want 40. Building. Okay, I just got some errors, but I'm going to ignore that for now. Parameter common parent is null. Okay, well, I don't know what happened there. And now it's just totally broken. So... Alright, well, I was close. Yeah, I really don't know what just happened there. How is it doing anything? Can I find the chain root node? Yeah, I know. Chain, yeah. Okay, no, those errors make sense. Interesting. Okay, so when I deleted the chain root node, it looked like it kind of failed. And I think I might understand why. Because it saves that chain root. And then... Yeah, it keeps track of a bunch of stuff. So it kind of needs to like listen for when that's deleted or something and then delete itself. But alright, kind of works. Why are there prints though? Oh, probably that. That would make sense. Okay. So deleting stuff is just weird. That's fine. I think I'm okay with that. Because it fixed when I just reloaded this scene and then tried it again. But yeah, I would need to... I mean, I guess probably what the build needs to do is when I run it, it needs to make no assumptions about what exists and then go from there. Alright, this has been a good progress day. So I get everything submitted, and then I'll be done. Oh, I guess there's just, well, I don't really... Crawler bot, femur heart, tibia femur, or the other way around. Tibia tarsus. Okay. But the silver priorities didn't go through, though. They should have gone through. They did not. Should they have? I actually don't know. I think it's actually set at runtime. I don't think it's set here. Yeah, it's only set at runtime because I want to be like positive that it's a certain thing, a certain way when it runs. Some commenting, yeah. So everything loads now. Everything, it's sort of building. Well, it is building. I just need to update the rest of the stuff because some of the other things depend on... I have certain expectations for what the bodies are. I have to make sure that all the bodies get moved to top level when the game actually starts to run. That was a really high pitch thing. Jeez. There might be some other code I still have to delete. But for now, I'm gonna leave it. Because I'm actually pretty hungry, so. There's a line delete there. I'm gonna put it back. Well, actually, you know, I kind of like how it looks. So I will keep that line delete. Still not setting big crawler. Alright, so everything before big crawler I think is fine. And then breakable joint is actually just being deleted now. So I'm just gonna go delete breakable joint. Yep, I don't care that it's there. Some of these had them, I'll just delete them. Yeah, and then everything from there is good to send. Oh, and then what's in crawler leg? Okay, so he has prepare instead of load. And some checks there. Okay. ignoring that one. In fact, I guess I'll just open it and delete these breakable joints that I've added to it. Wait, what? Oh, I'm like scrolling it weird. Actually, am I safe to like commit this one right now? I might sort of be safe to commit this one. I just have to delete these ones and fix those. The back right, the back left should just have the same setting. It might be good to actually commit this one, even though it's sort of broken. Open anyway. I will just... Which one has the... The back left has the external resource. Well, you know, since it's just external, I can just click this. Quick load, back leg. And I need to delete these breakable joints that are... Okay. Physical skeleton felt like moving for some reason. Well, I say for some reason I moved it. Makes sense. Leg IK modifier. Those make sense. Though they also don't really make sense. Yeah, I believe I have to just copy these over from here. 10, 0, 100. Cool. And then all the beams moved. Why? All the beams moved? Wait, they're in the correct place though. So I'm kind of confused why all that moved. Because none of it should have moved. Every single one moved. Yeah, it's literally like a rounding error. It's just a dumb rounding error that's happened on all this. Okay, but I can send this one. I just have to make sure all these go back to what they were. Which, is it actually... Is it actually that happened? Which one did I just fix? I just fixed front right. Oh, the position wasn't supposed to do. Yeah, I was just supposed to fix that one. Yeah, I don't know. It's just well, I mean, it's actually a better value somehow. I'm just gonna not send that section. Because that's all just ridiculous what it's doing. Collision shape. Yeah, some of these are just kind of tarsus part and tibia part dropped there. Right. I do understand. Okay. This would just move to a different place. Crawler layout. I think at this point I can probably just delete that whole thing. What does crawler layout have in it right now? It doesn't have anything in it. It does have this, but that's whatever. Delete that file. Crawler leg setting. Feels kind of weird to have it into its own folder because I don't think I'm going to have any other settings. But I mean, I probably will, maybe. I don't know. Alright, so it looks like at this point I can add everything. I'll have a totally clean... Yeah, alright, cool. I'm just sending that. Beam joints, and then... Yeah, watching for nodes being deleted is big. I need to make sure I do that. Because if I delete a node from the scene tree, I should just drop it from... If it's a part, I need to drop it from the chain. If it's a chain, I need to drop it from the skeleton. If it's the whole root, I need to say that I don't know the root anymore. All that. Okay. All right. What was that? 950 adds, 600 deletes for plus 300 lines of code. Great. That's a lot. I mean, I guess, you know, I've been saying it should be adding more because it's doing more stuff now. But I did delete a lot of lines of code. I did have I might have already had a lot of deletes from before. I was thinking it's like possible it could be close or maybe just a little bit higher than it was before. But this was 300. But I'm going to assume that I had earlier commits that were like minus 400. Okay. Well, that's it for today. I've got it just about working. I don't know what that all that was. Oh, I think those are probably the... Well, there's 5. It couldn't be... Yeah, it wasn't those. I don't know. Deleted something. I'm going to assume these were already there. And just... Well... Yeah. No errors when I open it. Yep. Okay. And then I need a mesh. I have forgotten to set up the mesh, but these will contain a mesh on them. And my idea for the mesh is that I'm going to make sure it's set up so I have the solid one that's attached to the body, and then the transparent blue one that's attached to the skeleton. And probably what that would also be is just like a material override for the mesh for the skeleton visualization. And I would just duplicate the mesh and, well, not duplicate the mesh, but I would make a new mesh, and then I think mesh instance 3D has, I think if I just give a mesh, yeah, serve as material override. So I would just do this. I'd say, yeah, keep the same mesh, but then, you know, change the material to be this custom material. So when I add nice meshes, I can still debug and visualize what the skeleton is trying to do underneath with a special material that's like transparent or something. All right, what's it for today? I'll be back tomorrow. Today I didn't even have lunch. I didn't even like stop in between. But I'm gonna try not to do that next time. I'm actually gonna eat. Okay. Well, goodbye. Be here tomorrow.